Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. Good morning, Initian, PD, Paul, Dennis, Delta. You're Lost in Voids, Crown. Born, I don't know if you're still here. Don't see in the Discord, but maybe you're still watching in. Labonsky, good morning, good morning. Delta, good morning. Ace, good, no, Ace left out. Motivational Healing, Frank, if you guys are still here, good morning, good morning. PD, I already said good morning to you, I think, but just in case, good morning, guys. How is everyone today?
Good morning.
Good morning, Paul.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you beautifully.
Excellent. The internet is holding up. So I'm hoping to have my land fiber back on Monday. So I could be cutting in and out like it's been for the last few days. So at least now it's working.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Remember a movie, The Lost Boys? I remember that movie, PD. And that's what Lost in Void's name reminds him of. Feeling lost as usual, Crown says. It's all right, Crown. At least you were running on a practice account. I mean, you build confidence on your practice account. If you take a, maybe take losses on there, then, now you learn from the loss. That's the biggest thing. Learn from the mistake is the biggest thing here. Just because you make a mistake, right? Just because you take a loss, right? And again, I want to let you guys understand something else too. And I know everybody has a hard time wrapping their head around this one. I compare trading to poker all the time, and that was part of the reason for the poker challenge, right? You guys have a hard time seeing that you could take losses, right? Because you sit here with me on the stream, I don't take a lot of losses, but it's irrelevant, guys. You can take losses. Just because you take a loss doesn't necessarily mean that you did anything wrong as well. You have to realize what the difference is between taking a loss with everything, set up correctly, and you followed your process, you followed your rules, and you took a loss. Just continue on. That is what a consistent strategy is all about, right? So you go to a poker table and you have pocket aces, and a guy puts you all in, and you lose because he's got pocket queens and a queen comes on a board. You're still going to do that next time, right? You had pocket queens beat. It doesn't mean that you did anything wrong. So you do have to know what the difference is between, hey, I did something wrong and I learned from that, and I took a loss doing everything right, and continue on. That's consistency, right? So can you take losses? Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. Or that you are a bad trader. Bad trader equals no strategy. Yeah, fair. You don't want to do that. Lost and Void says, that's why I spend so much time drawing lines, because it helps me understand the pockets we are in and why price is reacting. Look at the levels to understand. Okay. I'm going to keep up with all this. Hold on. Once the lines are drawn, the trend. Yeah. Feels like a fake out to me before market open. Fake out. You mean the close outside and then we're coming back in? Is that what you're saying? Fake out, I mean, I guess, yeah. The whole thing here is, right, we got to close outside with the bottom wick, and this is why we look for a top wick and a flip to trade back, it went straight down first. So it ran for a bottom wick, and that's one of those reasons for me, right? And again, everybody trades differently, but for me, that the whole thing is you get your setup. Let's just say that this was your setup, right? You get a close below, you got a bottom wick on this candle. So now your setup is trading the flip, 32 ticks for the recovery of this wick, right? So your setup's here. Now, what do you need for your entry? Well, now for your entry, you need a top wick to put your stop loss at, right? And then you need a flip for your entry with a stop loss that is under 30 ticks for my particular rules, right? So anything under 30 ticks is a fine stop loss for me. So you come in, you put in this top wick, and if it's under 30 ticks, now my entry criteria is met. So now I'm ready to short the flip. And if it never comes down and flips, right, I've never entered. So all these things have to take place before I actually see that as an entry, right? So that's why all of it makes a difference. It's really simple. It's just you have to have your setup, and then your entry has to play out, and then you have to actually get triggered in. So if all these things take place, then you know, you take the entry. If not, then you don't. I have a strategy somewhere between guess and click and pray. No, that's not a strategy. Mine is, what is the credit card? No, lost him, boys. You guys are hilarious today. Oh my jeez. Jazz Stock, welcome. Guess you're both lost here. No top wick, sorry. Yep. Yeah, initiate, and that's on this particular setup reality. Would you see the no top wick on the previous candle? A no, or did something make it irrelevant? Are you talking about on this particular setup? We're extended first. I don't like the no top wick here. You are correct. However, higher time frames, you have your wick. See? So it's not a complete deal breaker. You do have to realize as we come into here, so this candle closed, right? When your 1 hour closes, right here, you still have time on your 4 hour, because what do we expect the 4 hour to do? Once driven down here, we still expect a bottom wick on the 4 hour. So if your 4 hours already complete, that's essentially the candle that you were working on. So if you get your close below with a wick, top wick, flip, you could have done it. Your 4 hours fine. Your 4 hour can still drive down and create a bottom wick, but you do have to realize that you are anticipating. So you got to watch your clock, right? Because you are anticipating as this drives down and starts breaking these lows, she's going to come back up before the 4 hour close, right? Because you always anticipate you're going to have, you know, most candles have wicks, guys. That's the whole reason that we trade wicks. You know, 80% of candles have wicks. I think it's 87% of candles have. So we play a game of probabilities, right? So anyway, so as this drives down, you have to realize you're going to get a pullback on the 4 hour. More than likely, it's not going to close with no bottom wick. And if it does close with no bottom wick, let's just say you're in this trade, right? Let's say that you took this entry. Let's say this candle didn't come up mid top wick, broke the lows, came down, and now your 4 hour candle's closing here and it has no bottom wick. Well, you guys already know what you do. What's going to happen next? Next candle's going to come in, put on a bottom wick. So what are you doing? You're grabbing stop losses and dragging it down, because that bottom wick is going to be the end of your trade. It's going to flip up and come back to the top side, right? Just your trade management as you run down through there too. just saved them. Oh, okay. I just saved them all so I don't have to think. Chart CP bot fixes it. Jeez. Already makes sense. Yeah, initiate. So, again, this wasn't a setup. When you get these big candles like this, it's normally not going to be, right? What do we talk about all the time? We're going to test the 0.5, right? You almost always are going to get that. You're going to get the test the 0.5, which is also, you know, just one of those things. Now, it could continue on too. You test the 0.5s here, moves just the same. So when you take this move, you're going to see the same thing. Do not trade by 0.5s, guys. I'm just telling you that this is just how the market moves. You run here, look at where we were at. Super simple. This leg of the move comes back down, does the 0.5. It's just how the market moves, guys. By no means am I saying just trade that. If you have a strategy to trade somewhere like that, go ahead, but you're just always going to get that. It's just how it works. I mean, for the most part. Just be cautious of how, when you get these big pushes, what's going to happen next, right? You do want to be a little bit careful. That's how people get trapped. I see this here. What happened here? Breakout traders went short. So you don't want to be that guy. And unless you got in and out quick, right? So you just you guys know already. All right. On to bigger and better things. What do we got going on? On Twitter, nice. Attention, what is this big long list? Okay. It's not here. Paul, I'm gonna DM you real quick, all right?
No problem.
Sure, this seems legit to you. I hate just banning something because people are trying to ask me to ban something. That was, he came in yesterday. You know, he never opened mic or anything else. But now he's saying, because the other account was still in the server, and I was aware of this. So I was trying to figure out how it was still in the server. Oh. Oh.
what is your take on it? Do you think is this somebody pretending to be Max, or?
Well, that's what I'm concerned with. I mean, I hate to ban Max's account if it's. I mean, super confused.
Well, sure. Maybe in the meantime, put a block on Max's account, and then we'll watch this Slayer person just to make sure it's Max. I can ask him a few questions. I know a little bit about Max, so I'd be able to.
Okay. So what do you?
If it's him or not.
What do you think we should do with Max's account? Just I don't think he's got any.
Mute it or pause it for.
I can time him out. I can time him out for.
Yeah, just to be honest.
A day. I'll time him out for a day right now. Make sure we remember though. All right, there he is, right there. So.
Oh, no worries. Max is normally on with us live anyway.
But here's Slayer. Hey. We were just going over. You were probably watching on the live stream. And I know you say Bayonet Max, but how do I know you're Max? Not trying to say you're not Slayer. I don't want to ban Max if you're not really Max. Yeah. Yeah, think a bit. Paul says...
That looks like his... that's sounding like him in all fairness reality.
Hey, Flock. Yeah. Okay, fine. All right. I'll ban Max. Ban account. Yeah. All right. I ban Max. All right. Sorry, man. I'm not trying to not believe you, Max. I'm sorry. I don't want to ban somebody because somebody new comes in and says ban them. I mean, I'd be banning everybody. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Lost in voice is like, what? Oh my jeez. All right, guys. Back onto the charts. What are we doing here? Close enough. I was making fun of somebody who lost 170 to a scam course seller. Yeah. Yeah, and that being said, Dennis, I know you are new. And anybody else that's new, guys. This isn't just for Dennis, but I want to tell him because he's been, here and active throughout this throughout the stream yesterday and here again today. If anybody DMs you saying that they are me, do not fall for the scam. I charge $0 for everything that I do here, regardless. I don't have some secret strategy that I'm gonna sell you in DMs or some secret copy trader that you can copy my trades with some broker that I'm going to sell you in DMs or any of this stuff. It's all lies. Yeah, there's all kinds of fake reality. I banned one today as well, Max. I mean, it's just... Wait, then who did I DM? Well, hopefully, Crown, if you... hopefully when you DM'd me. I don't know. Just be careful. Yeah, I have to... No. DM Chinese reality. Yeah, don't ever give anybody any money claiming that they're me. I don't know why they try to take advantage of the fact. I think it's because I don't charge. And we have a convo. Let me see. You know how hard this is going to be for me, Brown?
Yeah, just sorry to expand on what reality is saying. It's not just him that if anybody DMs you, if somebody new on the server comes on and DMs you about anything about how's your trading journey, blah blah blah, 99% of the time they're going to be a scammer. So reach out to me or reality or whoever the other mods are. So just be very, very careful with your DMs. So if somebody DMs you, understand that they're probably looking to scam you, and they'll always ask about how's your trading going. That's nearly always the giveaway telltale sign. So everything on the server is free, and anybody offering you anything, even if it looks legit, don't do it. Come and contact the mod.
I'm sorry, Paul. I'm not trying to laugh in the middle of what you're saying. He's exactly right here. But I just DM Crown and I said, "This is me," and he says, "No, it's not."
Oh no! Oh, Jesus!
That was so funny. Oh no! Now he sent me the scream face. That is hilarious. It really is me. Crown. I was DMing you, so you knew that it really was me. That is hilarious. Anyways, guys, it's true though, guys. I even got a DM from Fake Paul one time. Yeah, Nishian. Yeah, it's just unfortunately, yeah, that's what we get. I think, like I said, I think it's got a lot to do with having a free server and everything being free. So since nobody pays anything, I think they believe that they can play like they're one of us and say, well, I know you do all the free stuff, but we got this secret thing, right? So, and we got no secret things, guys. Everything that we do is right here, right? So that's why we do it all here. Not like us. Yep, you are right, PD. Problem is Discord usernames can be changed to anything. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And anybody that is concerned about it, you can feel more than welcome to send me a friend request. It doesn't matter to me any. But do realize that DMs, I try my best, but I get a lot of DMs, guys. So it's much better to come to the streams and talk here than talking in DMs. And I'm going to give you more than one reason for this. First off, because it's easier for me, right? If I'm trying to answer everybody's questions in DMs all the time, it makes it hard for me to do, anything else with everybody else. But the next thing is, if you ask a question here, everybody gets benefits from that question, right? You guys' questions you don't understand. A lot of people are like, well, I don't want to ask a question because I seem stupid. No, I'm telling you, there's no stupid question, and everybody here gets the benefits of you asking that question. So just be aware of that. It's great to ask questions. Other people are wondering the same thing and just don't want to say it, right? A lot of times.
Yep.
3 people on some entire something about my trading journey classic. Haha. What?
Usual stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff I was just talking about.
Yeah. Instantly blocked. Yeah. 29.20 gold. Breaking the lows would be a decent. I said we still got the 4 hour. We're getting close to the 4 hour close. So this hour close is going to be the 4 hour close, right? When we close this hour candle, that's going to also be the 4 hour close. So if we close bearish doji, you see where we're going to be at. That's your 4 hour close and below. right? Your 4 hours still going to have this wick. So if you were to close, let's just say, like right about the open of the hour, a little bit below, bearish here, you'd still have a 27 tick wick for your 4 hour candle. Because this is still the low of your 4 hour. So you close here, you're still going to have a bottom wick. 4 hour comes up, puts on a top wick, and flips. You're still looking at the exact same thing. That's, I mean, all these time frames are the same deal. See, so your close will be here, right? With your top wick. Saying we're going down. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that would be the setup and entry. Same way. What is this? It's just sideways movement. So what are we doing? Same thing as we did yesterday afternoon before we flipped on the daily. Look here. Same situation. So what are we doing? Making this super tight consolidation. Just this little bitty tight consolidated range, right? So, same kind of situation. Did the same thing yesterday before trading that flip. I knew that thing was going to flip. It was just a matter of time. It took its sweet freaking time to flip. So, very good move there. Green line is sexy. I think gold wants to hit it. Sounds good. That was the overnight low. That fake reality? No. I had one scammer come in the thing and try to scam me into he wasn't reality. I had that happen once too. That was stupid. But I had one come in and try to scam me into buying stuff. You've already heard this, Paul, but buying, like giving money for their broker following or something or another to follow their broker to make all this money because of some kind of AI or something else. I said it'll put down my win rate, and he couldn't figure it out. And I was like, I'll tell you what. I said, I'll teach you how to trade. Then you don't have to do this anymore. He was clever. I'm not gonna lie. I had a screenshot of it way back when that I actually put in the server. The guy actually said then, well, if you have a bunch of people, we can get rich together. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? So instead of saying, hey, I want to make an honest living and I want to learn to trade and I want to do this, instead, he's like, well, we could work together and we could make even more money scamming people. Man, I ain't going to scam nobody. I said, no way would I scam anybody. He says, well, if you change your mind, just let me know. No, I'm not going to change my mind, man. What's wrong with you? Just madness, these guys. I'm not kidding you. I mean, you're giving them an opportunity, saying, hey, I'll teach you. That I had one that showed up for a very short time that I told him I'd teach him how to trade and everything else. I think it was, I don't know if it was a female or not. I think it was. I'm not sure. But anyways, it was a female name. She came and attended a couple of the live streams and then never came back. The problem is they don't want to put in real work. Right, so that's the issue. I don't mind teaching the scammers how to trade if they'll actually trade and make money and not scam people anymore. I would love to get rid of all the scammers because honestly, I hate that people get scammed by them. What are you gonna do?
Remember the time the guy came in and asked you to show him your brokerage account details?
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
Sometimes I wonder if they want that stuff so that they can go and try to scam people with it, right? Very nice, Lebonsky. Good job.
Very obvious.
Well, do we want to trade inside this box today, guys? Want to trade inside this box? Maybe in...
Is you had more confidence in the flip there? that candle on the way back up.
Yeah.
I'm sweeping the ranges every day, multiple times. This last while.
Yeah. TP3 is on the air row. I closed all on TP1 plus 500. Very nice, Lebonsky. Very good, very good. I was really hoping that on news would get an actual real push and get moving, but very nice. That's great. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
NQ had a massive fake out. Absolutely crazy. I don't know if you guys saw that push, but I just flipped over and saw it going long, and it tapped the 4-hour channel that I had set up. So it pushed up close to the weekly at 21.9, and then it just shot right back down to the previous day value rate high. Now it looks like it's back in this daily range. But what a crazy move. Yeah, this candle's insane.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it
I'm
is.
sitting here watching it because I didn't get in.
NQ is like, it's so unpredictable.
No, I was waiting for that liquidity sweep. Straight up, straight back down. There's not an entry.
Yeah, this weekly
Oh,
pocket
let me
here where
rephrase
the
that.
weekly meets the daily, that's a super powerful spot.
Yeah, it didn't give me an entry on how I'm trading it. Like the 1 minute did give an entry once it inversed. But like I don't liquidity sweep, a 5-minute break of structure, and then you're looking for order block or fair value gap. So that's not an entry for me. Would have been a nice trade though.
Yeah, if you got in on it right off the start, but even then, like, I feel like you'd be freaking out trying to manage it. And then knowing me, seeing this candle, I'd be like, oh, we're going up, and then I'd hold this all the way down.
I was looking for the sell, like I was waiting for the liquidity sweep, and then
yeah. Well, it looks like it's setting up for a sell right now.
Right there, that would have been a great trade.
I don't trust it. Because it does,
Yeah,
we do have this gap down here below point of control. So, you know, and this is the value area high, so it is extended. It's just that 4-hour trend that's sketching me out. Because we didn't hit any of these peaks up here. So where is it?
Yeah, my volume profile doesn't look like yours, so like still kind of just looking at it to figure it out.
Yeah, well,
I'm not
the
doing
one that
it.
I have, this one updates based on the data that's showing on the screen. So if it changes based on yours, that's why. Which
Yeah,
which one are you
mine's
using?
changing, but my point of control is lower, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm on the
My
4-hour
NQ.
candle too. So if you're on 4-hour candle and it updates.
See
Plus, I
if
have
that
mine
changes.
set. I don't know if you go into your settings at all, but let me show you my settings. If you're
That's what I was
here,
messing with, was the settings to figure out because blocks.
yeah, I've got
not-
500. It just shows a little bit finer details. Some guys like 1,000. I think 1,000's a bit too crazy.
Oh, okay.
So it just gives you like the more intricate views.
Well,
But I like to
think
see
I'm
like
on
an
50.
actual bar. So I just kind of met in the middle and just did 500.
See,
Because 500 gives a pretty clear area of like gaps and stuff without getting too fine into detail.
right on. Okay, that makes some
Yeah.
sense.
So here's that potential short, but I think it's going to be a fake out. I think it's
No, that's probably.
they're trapping something because there was this area right here is super crazy because of this gap that had happened back in January. This right here. This
Oh
is like
yeah, that was
evidence.
huge.
So it came back up, it tapped this, but it's just been kind of ping-ponging off of this key area here. So it's kind of crazy. All-time highs are, you know, and we're on a downtrend from the all-time high, but so I don't know if that's going to affect it. Technically, we would have broken it, so it could go up, but if we take the measurement here, see if this breaks. But I
Very nice, PD.
don't think
And
it's
good
going
luck,
to.
Lebonsky.
Yeah, I mean, 4-hour NQ looks bullish. I'm just gonna wait. I don't usually trade NQ at this hour anymore because it just wrecks me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm looking for a 5-minute break of structure, and that break of structure has been to the upside. It wicked down into that 5-minute fair value gap. Almost caught the volume imbalance from the news. But I mean, I'm expecting it to sell anyways with fair value gap,
Yeah.
and it's selling. There she goes. Well, I'm going to be like I was yesterday. I'm just not going to take a trade this morning, and then maybe I'll catch a small one this afternoon.
NQ.
You know what? I
sometimes
did
you can
160 yesterday, and if I average 160 a day, that averages me 6,000 a month. That covers the bills. So, like, I
Yeah.
don't need a big move.
I mean, with NQ, sometimes what I find, what works sometimes is if you take the first 5-minute candle and you draw a line on the wicks on the high and the low. So right now, we're going to try and retest this 5-minute candle. If it hits this 5-minute and then bounces down, then this could be a good area for a short. If it breaks this up again and continues in this direction, then it might start finding support for a long here. But
Well, I've got
I'll just leave this here and see what
21,965
happens.
is the previous week high. So,
yeah, well, this is point of control area and it's at the previous day value area high. So if this bounces off this 5-minute here and then continues downward, then we'll retest this gap here where the point of control is. We'll probably play within this range because there's a lot of empty volume in this area. I'm just gonna change this color. What do I want it to be?
Yeah,
No,
PD. If you go into the live trading, Lost and Voids is sharing his screen and talking through what he's showing there. So if you come over there and look at his screen, you'll see what he's. Okay, all right.
So here's, yeah, the first 5 minute candles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you've got your 5 minute high, 5 minute low. So it looks like we broke the low, went up to retest it, tested the 200, broke into this weak gap again, and then we found support on that bottom 5 minute candle wick. So I would just wait and see if it retests the top again, or if it comes back down to kind of pull into this area.
Right. Well, I need some 5 minute structure before I do anything.
Yeah.
I'm not. I got.
It looks bullish. It's just a lot of this is a really rough spot. It's a rough spot because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 daily levels plus the weekly there. So a lot of people have been trapped in this area for a while.
Right. Well, it's been ranging daily for a minute. So.
Very nice, Lebonsky. Have a great day, man. I appreciate you showing up. I will see you tomorrow.
This is crazy. So 30 minute is showing bullish potential. 5 minute looks like it wants to tank.
Yeah, see, I've got point of control on the 5 minute equal on session and VR VP or whatever it is on the right. I had hell yesterday figuring out which one, how to get the volume profile on the right.
Are you using Top Step or just Trading View?
No, this is on Trading View.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because Top Step, the one I'm using is VP VR, so this one updates.
Okay, that's the
yeah,
one
I'm not sure if it's the same one. I think Top Step, I don't know if they just use like very basic indicators or if they create their own or get them licensed specifically for someone, but it doesn't seem to be the exact same indicators that the Trading View platform has. So
right, yeah, mine looks a little bit different than yours, but
yeah. Well, if you want to be consistent, then you can use the fixed range profile. And then what I usually do is I'll take the previous day 9:30 a.m. open and then pull it all the way to 4:30 just to get the volume for the New York session. And then that kind of gives you your high and low range and the point of control from the previous day.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. So that's why I kind of feel short about this right now, is because we're fully extended from the previous day point of control and we're above the high. So we've been on a downtrend for NQ, making higher lows and lower highs on the 4 hour. So it's winding up for something. But we are on that kind of higher range of that trend. So
right. Well, if it's going up, I'm expecting a sweep of that previous week high because it's equal highs too. So
let's go back to 5 minute. I'm gonna wait and see what happens in this pocket here, because this pocket looks like it's struggling through. It poked up, but then it shot right back down again. What's gold doing? Reality looks like we're kind of stuck in this range in gold, eh?
Yep, we are. Yeah.
Do you have
Oh, I'd like to see us actually get out. What's that?
Yeah, I have
You
a
mean
pocket here at 29.46. to like 29.44. There seems to be like an empty range there, so we're kind of in the center of it. I was kind of hoping we would have went down, test the 200s a little bit, but it broke out of this just downward channel. So
Yeah, for me, I'm looking to put a top wick
Yeah,
on this candle. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to just say, is that what you're chatting about? You want to see this 4 hour either make a move out of the range, or we're waiting for the next candle to execute that move if the 4 hour closes as a doji. So we need to be out of this range before literally anything can happen.
I really would like to be out of this range. Lebonsky took a long here on the 15. If you're running the 15 in range, it would have been a fine trade to take, but I would prefer, yes, to be out of the range. I was hoping that news was going to give us a push, whether it be up or down.
yeah,
And it doesn't matter to me either way. You already know. I'm looking to fill this top wick. I know it'll put this top wick on here probably within this candle, if not the next candle. I guess we'll see how the 4 hour closes and see. But yes, I would prefer not to have to trade in this consolidation. I realize you could say, well, it cleaned it out with this candle. Yes and no. We're still trapped in this range, and obviously we're putting on big candles, so maybe we could take advantage of the big candles somewhere, but I would prefer to be outside. I would prefer to get a close either above or below and get a setup and entry there rather than trying to trade within the box. But that's me, preferably, right?
Yeah.
So, not saying we can't take advantage of anything. I'm just saying that's where I would prefer to be. To me, this is just we're just stuck in range. I mean, we're not doing anything. I was hoping news would come in and either push us up, get a big candle to the upside, big candle to the downside, and then we could have took advantage of the moves from there, because now you got clean range, you know, to trade. I really don't want to trade in this consolidation if I can help it. Like I said, the 15 you could have played with.
Came, but oh, sorry.
No, 8:30.
I don't know when
Go
news
ahead.
came, but I saw the push between. Yeah, I saw the push between like 850. This area right here. This is where we kind of got that fast momentum push. These two candles right here. So I called a short, I think around 229.40 here. So you would have made a little bit, but it definitely tapped off the 200s and then bounced back up into this consolidation range. And it looks like we're rejecting that pocket from 29.46 to 29.44.
So crazy.
I feel like gold is going down. That's me. I think we're going to try and hit the previous day value area, high area, maybe try and build support there. I have that marked as 29.27 area because there's a pocket of 4 hour candles there. And there's two little ones just above it, but those are pretty small and close knit together. So this range right here was what I was thinking. And then potentially hitting this lower pocket where the previous day control was at 29.23. That's basing it off of the double top though, and this trend line on the 30-minute that's kind of going downward. So when it's going to happen, I don't know. But there's definitely a lot of empty pockets down here. This one being the biggest one, the value area high.
Well, we had to move down. I mean, you even got an 80% setup down below on gold. I'm not convinced yet that it's going down. I mean, that's just me.
We need to break that daily, but there's a big support level there at 29.38, like that pocket there. So if that can't break, then I don't think we'll go further down. But if the trend line is right, just go up to the 4 hour here. Yeah, 4 hour is trending downwards too. Yeah, so point of control on the 4 hour, based on what's showing here, is at 29.35, which we broke through already. So we tapped this and then pushed up into this range. There's a lot of buy volume though. Like these are all buy orders up here. So if it does hit this again. I'm gonna say bearish. The goose says bearish. The goose was printed. I think yesterday I put the goose there, so.
Order filled.
Oh, someone's taking the goose's advice.
No, that's me on NQ.
No, not financial advice.
Yeah.
Not financial advice.
But my lag just
Or our
screwed
candles
me.
just open. Or our candles just opening, guys.
Got some slipping.
Whoever's taking NQ trades, you're a brave, brave soul. I have PTSD from NQ.
That sound like Tino.
Tino probably sounds like me.
Well, that
No.
okay.
No, the order filled sound like Tino. Sound like Tino.
Oh.
It's like order
If you
filled.
look, we're at the open when it shot up, and then if you look on
One our
NQ,
candle just
so if you look at NQ on your 5 minute, that big up candle at the open, swept liquidity, then the 5 minute came down. That broke 5 minute structure. You're back in an inverse fair value gap, a fair value gap on the 1 minute. So I'm taking a stab at it. I might get smoked, but let's see.
Yeah, this is a kind of dangerous area because you're sort of in the middle of the range between the two weeklies.
Expect it to come back down to the London low.
Yeah, this is a pretty. This is tough. This is tough because you're in sort of the.
Well, unfortunately, that's where NQ's kept a stripper pole.
Yeah, you got to be careful here because you're kind of in the center. What I would do is wait for it to retrace back to this weekly level, and if it bounces off this, you're kind of in the middle. So what would have been good is if you actually took the long at the bottom of this 5 minute level, so waited for this candle to come down, we tapped this daily, shot back up, and then built support on the 5 minute candle here, and then pushed up. This is where I would have took the long at this daily level. Even in this area you could have, but I mean this was probably such a fast candle that you wouldn't have been able to catch it. But for right now, I would say hold off on NQ until we either retest this high and push down, or push past this. There it is, right there. There it is. So wait for the support. Are you still in the long?
She took me out.
Ugh. So let's see what happens here on this 5 minute top.
Damn. I got it. All over shit.
This is NQ. I feel like NQ loves hearing people swear. That's why it does.
I should have
what it
waited, and I
does.
didn't wait.
No, it's okay.
I got him.
Yeah, so like I said, with NQ, what I find really helps is...
I mean, little muddy haze.
No, man, it's just NQ. No matter, even if your TA is perfectly right and accurate, chances are it'll play out, but NQ will do a whole bunch of nonsense before it does what you think it's going to do.
Right. Yeah, that's usually what I get caught up in. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Like no one could predict this. Like this dump down to the 200s and then back up again. Like it's crazy what it did yesterday. But like I said, what I found helps me with NQ is at 9:30, I wait for the 5-minute candle to do its open and close, and then when that first 5-minute candle closes, so the first 5 1-minute candles, you draw your high and your low, and then just wait. Let NQ do its thing, because it'll base its direction off that first 5-minute holds like all the info. So within this range, you let it do its thing. So like right now, no, we just hold off because
You should
it's either
flip
going
right
to
now.
pop up and try and
Go down.
or
NQ.
oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh, NQ.
Yeah, she should go down.
Yeah. So we hit the top of the 5-minute here. It got 2 candles, 2 tops on this pocket of volume here, and now we're pushing back down. So I think we're going to be heading back to the 21.89 area this week.
You take a top wick and a flip on an 800 and run it down, and you'd be all right on it.
Yeah.
I try to trade NQ on an 800 chart. I know a lot of you guys don't use the 800. Yeah. That's the best way, in my opinion, to take advantage of NQ because it moves so fast. So what you want to do is pay attention to high time frames, 30-minute an hour, and then run down to the 800 for your actual entry so your stop losses aren't too big. And then you can run the actual entries off of an 800 tick candle, which keeps you a small stop loss and gives you a lot clearer thought on direction, right? That's how I do it. You got to watch the 800 chart a little bit because not everybody understands the 800 ticks. So it'll go down, it'll sweep the lows a little bit here, and then it'll roll back over, and you'll see it put on a bottom wick after that, and then it'll flip and go back up. That's how NQ always runs for each pull up and down. So the 800 gives you a little more sight, if you will, in my opinion, on assets that move super fast.
I've only got the 1,000 or the 500 on Top Step X.
Oh, you can't change it to... Yeah, I don't know about that. I've never used any other. I've always been real comfortable with the 800. Even my gold, guys, I trade gold on the 800 tick, but this is to manage, right? So this is an 800 tick chart as well. I manage my trades on an 800 tick chart because I feel like it gives you more, more insight on how the market's actually moving. You got to understand those are orders rather than, anything else. See, there's the flip down. Did you see it? Did you see Nasdaq drop? That's what we were talking about right there.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. It's heading back into this weekly area.
Drop down. That's exactly what you want to see on it. And if you run the 800, it's super clear where you had the top wick and flip to run all the way down there. It's super easy. It'll catch some steam now and run sideways again. And if you run it on a tick chart, you'll see you'll hit the consolidation area. It'll pop up a little bit, run consolidation, and then you'll either get a bottom wick and a flip back up. Let me see what the high time frame looks like. Yeah, you're bearish, so I'd still be looking for shorts back down until you flip bullish on the 30-minute. Now, if you flip bullish again, then you look back. But right now, you're looking for wicks and flips on the 800 tick chart. It should roll up and go up some now and go and test the flip of this candle again. That's where you're headed next, right? And then if it breaks and tests there, now you can run it long again, back up some of this wick. And if it doesn't and it rejects here, you can look for another top wick and flip back down to the downside on your 800 tick chart. It's just how NQ moves, and that's why everybody gets wicked out or stopped out on NQ all the time, because NQ is always going up and down. I mean, the whole market's always going up and down, but NQ particularly is always going up and down. So in order to scalp into NQ, you want to get yourself a high time frame, chart, 30-minute, hour, whatever you prefer. I like to look at NQ on the 30-minute myself. and then run the 800 tick just for your entry. See how we're stalling here again? We just made the top wick on the 800.
Yep.
Should come up, make a top wick with current 800 tick candle, and it'll flip, it'll break that low, and it'll push back down again. You'll get another push. See how it just pushed? Here comes the push back down. That's just NQ. Just how it moves.
Okay.
And I've got a video
this
that I
area
showed.
particularly is where I think that this is the top of a weekly wick here, and then we have the top of a daily as well. So there's 2 dailies on a weekly level here, which is causing a lot of chaos.
Yeah. So if you just watch it and pay attention to it, you'll see, and you'll start feeling
965.
You'll start feeling how NQ actually moves, and the 800 tick chart. You kind of get in rhythm with it, if you will, and you just sit there and you trade it, and you just trade it. You trade it back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Make sure to take profit, obviously. Make sure to not keep big stop losses and just trade it back and forth. I mean, we've did it a lot here on stream. I'm not a big fan of all the work. It's a lot of work to trade NQ. It's like a freaking full-time job. I don't like the work. I agree.
Ever since you told me about gold, I've been on gold like the majority of the time. It's so much more predictable. And NQ, like, I learned that when you see a candle moving to the upside, you think it's going to go up. You do not take the entry there. You wait for the pullback, because NQ loves to do its big pullback before it runs up, right?
Yep. So, and here we are again. We'll come back up. We'll start testing this flip area. And now if we flip and start pushing up, you can look for another entry. Same way. I'm 800 tick chart here. Right here will be the push
Dennis,
up. See, I got the bottom wick. It'll push up now. Give it 1 second here. If it flips bullish, maybe. Brian.
Like, this is a 5-minute chart and it's already moving like crazy. It's so insane.
There is possibly didn't flip bullish yet.
I think it's going to try and grab this pocket back here underneath again. I think it wants to head back to that weekly level at 21,893 and just pull all of this.
Yeah, so that stop loss.
What's that?
That stop where I got from that. So that stop, when I got stopped a minute ago on the spike, $70 loss, and I had my stop set at $150.
Yeah, that's the thing with NQ.
Before trade event closed, I got it back on that drop
spread
when it actually did make its move. It's like, use SOB. It was a turtle soup entry.
Yeah, I know you gotta have, like, I was trading pretty heavy with NQ, and I'd get ruined so quickly because of the fast move. So it's better to trade NQ light and then have a further stop loss than it is to try and go heavy with a shorter stop loss. So there's that retest of the 5-minute candle.
Yeah, that was the bang back up right there where you saw you would have saw consolidation on the 800 and then the bang back up.
Up there.
Oh, dude, that was only 5 micros.
Yeah, but look, it literally tapped that 5-minute candle right on the dot. So this is where I would wait. If it retests that 5-minute candle again and then has like a really hard push down, then you could end up back into that weekly daily range. But if we push up and build support on this 5-minute, then that's, so there's your short. See if it picks up this pocket down here before.
So essentially, I trade it the same as gold, if that makes sense, guys. And I've tried to say this, and everybody is confused with it, but it's still kind of the same entry system. It's how I do gold. It's just on an 800 tick chart. So It's still the TRC, if you will.
I'm flipping over to gold. I can't handle NQ. It's giving me anxiety.
He's getting FOMO.
It's too much. It's too much. It's too much.
Yeah, you got to really be on. I mean, you got to be on your P's and Q's to trade NQ first off. But number two, it's a job. I can't stand it. I mean, it's like having a full-time job. So that's why I prefer gold. Everybody always asks. Everybody says, well, gold moves slow and this, that, the other. Yeah, but the thing is, you know, you get your one trade for gold a day, you're done. You don't have to mess with it no more. Where you sit here and you trade. I mean,
yeah, and as long as you're
trading,
like, yeah, if you're trading, if you get up early enough, like gold from 8 till like 11ish, anytime after 11:30 is usually just done with gold. But yeah, if you're trading within that time, it's easy to make those quick trades, and you only have to trade for like an hour or two, maybe, if that.
Yep, exactly. PD says gold keeps money in your pocket. Yep, very true, PD.
What are we waiting
Yes,
for?
yeah, for sure. Well, and the good thing too about gold is that when it doesn't move, it doesn't force you to enter play. Like the volume can sometimes be so low that you know not to enter, and it sort of tells you like there's no trades today. So if you're dealing with psychology and some issues there, which I was having, I found gold made it easier to decide whether or not to take a trade. Where NQ, there's always movement, so you always think it's going to go in your way, and you know there's always a trade that you can take, which makes it more riskier, right? Because a chart that has more entries means more potential to lose or win money, either or. But if a chart is just kind of standing still and going through a range the entire day, then you can kind of decide whether or not you want to place something a lot easier.
Yep, I agree.
So Dennis, here's that test of the 5-minute high. If it builds support on here, I would definitely maybe look for a long towards this daily level on NQ, but not financial advice.
Okay, gold is pushing higher, isn't it? It's got to go up even more to go put on a wick on that last candle.
Yep, wick on the candle is pushing on right now. That's exactly what we've been looking for.
Yeah, we had that double top though, so see if it breaks this trend line or if we just bounce off it again.
Double tops are beautiful. Triple tops are better.
Hopefully.
Then we got stop losses to trade into. That is the beautiful part of them. But
yeah, I want to see
not having a wick here.
The 29.53 area.
Hey Ace, welcome back, man.
I want to see it push past 2950. If we can hit into this area and blow past it, then there's a ton of buy orders up there, which will hopefully push it up.
There should be tons of buy orders above here anyways, because everybody's short, right? So, you know, short sellers
point
are...
of control is up. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, you know, short, you know, sellers are, you know, future buyers regardless, right? So I'm taking a break, made daily goal.
Yeah.
Back. All right, Paul. You can hear me though. Have a good one,
Sorry,
Paul, if you can hear me. I don't know if you can or not.
Internet's so laggy. The only thing I don't like about Top Step X is you can't have two windows. Like you can have two windows, but it's in the same window, which kind of sucks. And I hate looking
I
at
trade
charts
against
like
that way too.
Yeah, I can't stand it when you have to use, like, you can put up to like I think 4 in here, but it's like this is just too much for me.
It's busy.
Yeah,
I
too
keep mine up. I keep mine up with S&P, ES, and NQ. That way I can see SMTs. But
Gotcha.
I've switched over to gold for right now,
NQ's
just so
moving.
I can follow along, and you don't have to keep going back and forth to try to help me. Because I'm special. And when I say special, I mean like Corky special.
Oh yeah, no worries, man. I don't mind.
If you guys do
There's a
like
push on NQ.
on one side, and then you have the time and sales underneath the DOM, then it doesn't matter how many charts you put up if you link the charts to the time and sales in the DOM. Because then if you just change the symbol on that from your favorites, all the charts change at the same time on Top Step.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I haven't gotten into the DOM yet. That's definitely something I want to look into because I've heard it's a good tool for like entry and stuff. Because it essentially just shows you what's being triggered, right? Like what orders are being triggered.
I don't use it for that. I mean, I just like it because the buttons are on there, so I minimize it so I don't see the actual ladder. And
Yeah, I hear you.
use the time and sales to see what's going through, because the DOM, they said it's not as accurate because you don't see the other orders behind it. You only see the current ones right in line with it. And
Yeah, exactly. Because it's essentially just it's tracking what like orders are being triggered at what price level, right? And it just basically runs up. I tried to use it with NQ once, and it's too crazy.
no, if you had like a free account with like I guess what was TD Ameritrade or Charles Schwab now or whatever the heck it's called, their DOM or ladder or time and sales and whatever else they use, the active trader thing, that one actually shows you how many orders are behind it. Like it shows you the entire stack at least 5 levels up.
Wow.
But the one on Top Step, it just only shows you the current orders, like right there, just above or below market price. That's it.
Yeah, I gotcha. Let me see, where is the DOM? Here it is.
But I was saying, like, if you're using the multiple chart situation, if you use the time and sales and link it to the color on Top Step, then when you switch between your favorites, you can switch between all 4 charts to just kind of keep them linked, and this way you can cycle through them without having to have all this on screen at the same time.
Right. So it updates the contract order too when you change a chart? Because right now I have to do this manually. So if I wanted to trade NQ, for example, or if I wanted to trade gold, because sometimes I do this, I'll be like, oh, I want to get in and trade, and I'll hit buy, but then I'll be on NQ here, but I have to change it manually. So if I do it with the DOM, it'll automatically switch to whatever contract.
Yeah, once you change the DOM, all your charts will change at the same time if they're linked. If you have 4 separate charts, then you're just changing the DOM to whatever color you want. Otherwise, you're going to have like 4 different DOMs on there, and that's a waste. So I just do it like I have the 30-minute and the 1,000 tick for whatever I'm doing, and then I just have the DOM and the time and sales on the side. So this way, once I switch the DOM, both my charts will switch over to the 30-minute and the 1,000 tick of whatever I'm looking at.
Gotcha. I'll have to pick your brain about that later because it's way over my head right now, but interesting.
I'll screenshot it and send it in so you guys can see what it is I'm doing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I say all of that about the DOM just throws like I can't even talk intelligently about it because I've never used it.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it pop up on YouTube, and when I started getting into Top Step, and there's a bunch of people who swear by using it, and some guys actually use that instead of the charts to place their entries. And I started to kind of look into it a little bit, and it seems interesting, but it's just way over my head right now.
That's the thing. Like I said, I don't actually use it to trade. I do it off the chart itself. And if I'm doing market orders, then I'm just hitting the buy, sell button and moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that sounds cool. It gets rid of this order thing too. So, I'll wait for that image and see.
The RVP changes as you. Whatever candles you have on the screen is what it's that. Okay. Now I'm like that kid smacking my head against the desk in school, like, duh, change it. Because if I have 2 sessions in, it changes what the volume profile on the right looks like. That explains why mine doesn't look like yours.
Why doesn't it? Because you have a different.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll screenshot this and then I'll some more.
Sure.
Put it in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know.
See what I'm talking about.
Let me just see here.
Okay, so this is on gold. Well, it's on micro gold, but it's on gold. And then at that, and then when I put more candles on the screen, it changes it.
Are you sharing your screen?
Oh, I mean, I can. Hang on. That might be easier, won't it? Well,
yeah, it could if you're.
Let me figure out.
It slows down internet though. Mine's been pretty slow, but it's been okay so far.
Oh, I have. Oh, okay. What I need. Man. Oh, okay. I see. Think. Okay, so can you see my screen now?
It's loading up. Give it a second. Let me turn off mine real quick just so it slows down. Yep, I can see it now.
Okay, so I have this over here, this on the right, and then I have my session.
Yeah.
But when I put more candles on the screen, it changes this one.
Yeah, because it's updating. It's updating to show the popularity of price for all of the candles on your screen. That's why it's changing. Because the one on your right, that updates based on the amount of candles, right? So it's calculating the number of. Yeah, it's calculating the number of traders at each price level. So the more candlesticks that you show, the more that volume profile range has to calculate. So that's what it's updating. Where the fixed profile range, you're only calculating price based on this set number of candles that you've selected. Does that make sense?
Okay, so trading has not been my friend. It should be, because I understand the ICT concepts and I know they work because I've watched them work. Mm-hmm. I just, for whatever reason.
What is ICT? I don't know what ICT is.
Like when I took that trade, everything said sell, and then it said no, it's going to take your money. And you
oh, okay.
And cry.
If you want more stuff on ICT too, Dennis, I've got tons and tons and tons of courses and PDFs and mega folders full of ICT content. If you want to continue learning and doing more ICT stuff.
I've beat myself to death learning. That's why I finally went, okay, one strategy, because there's so much stuff, and watching ICT is really difficult.
So ICT, what does it focus on?
Yeah, random nuggets that were in 15-second increments,
it's all the same stuff as any other strategy, loss and voids, really, if you pay mind to it. Like ICT's got take turtle soup, right? He's got a concept called, what do you say? I didn't hear you, Crown.
Like Spring versus Deer Park, and it's just another water brand. Same thing. Over and over, you're just getting water.
It is like if you say turtle soup, right? All right, just think about this for a minute. That's an ICC concept. They call it turtle soup, and all it is a head and shoulders pattern. So they're trading that. If you go to SMC, which basically is supposed to be ICT, who created SMC? Well, ICT created it, but smart money concepts. But SMC has been taken by a lot of other traders and kind of diversified a bit. But what do they call that? They call that a liquidity sweep, right? Which is still a head and shoulders pattern. If you look at all these concepts, they're trading in the same place. If you take an order block, right? Where's an order block? If you go and you look at an order block and you draw it out on your chart, what you're going to find is an order block sets in the exact same place as, a bearish order block is going to be in supply, a bullish order block is going to be in demand, or support resistance, however you want to look at it, right? A breaker block's what? A order block that failed that now is what? Now is the other. So if you had a bearish order block that fails, now you got a breaker block that now is a bullish order block, which is what? Supply flip demand, or resistance flip support. These are all the same things. That's the reason, guys, that I trade against all that stuff, right? Because where are their stop losses? Well, their stop losses are all in the exact same spot. So you trade through it. Fair value gaps. When you talk about ICT, SMC, what's a fair value gap? It's the same exact thing as a vector candle. If you trade, the hybrid system or the market maker model, that's your vector candle, right? If you're a TPO trader or an order flow trader, well, what is a fair value gap? That's a single print, right? Which is still a vector candle. What is it? It's an inefficiency in the chart, right? It's all essentially the same things. That makes sense.
ICT just made it. I understood it better. That was my understanding. Like it was just. Yeah. I tried trading head and shoulders patterns, and I just wasn't getting it when I started watching ICT. Like, I don't know, I guess it broke down and I understood it better. So that's how I understand it. So that's how I trade it.
And that's the whole point of all these different strategies, guys. That's what I say all the time. That is the whole point. Because you take all of them and everybody always says, well, this is just rebranded that, or this is just rebranded that. Absolutely the case. That's true. However, if people are understanding it one way, but didn't understand it the other, then it's a win, right? Because now you're teaching the exact same thing, but in a way that maybe somebody else can, pick up on it. So that's a great point too. That once you saw it that way, you understood it better. Yeah, absolutely. Nothing wrong with that at all.
So and now I'm here with you fine people.
Unfortunately, you take too much time being here with us fine people, and I'll start rubbing off on you, and then you'll have to trade against all that stuff, and then you're gonna have to rewire your brain, because that's the hard part. To not see it the way that you see it anymore. That's the tough part.
Yeah, gold has kicked my ass so bad in the past that I'm like, I have it up on my watch list. But I don't even touch it because I'm afraid if I touch it, my damn TradeAway accounts will just blow up and I'll be sitting here crying again.
Man, that's so funny because it should be the complete opposite. You should be scared to trade NQ and gold. Like once you see gold and can see how it moves and how it respects levels, you'll never trade NQ again. And that's kind of that's where I got. I think everybody goes through that. You have to go through that point of confusion to finally say hey, okay, I got to figure this out. What's going to work for me? And honestly, for me, the last week, this whole concept, I started this on Monday and I just kind of said, okay, how do I figure this out? What do I got to do? I know in the past people have told me to mark out levels, and that's what I started doing. So I just focused, okay, I'm not going to trade. I'm just going to mark every single daily level that I can, and look at this madness. It's crazy, right? It's a little bit overkill, but once I started doing this, that's when I started to really understand gold and see, okay, like, look how it just respects these levels, right? And then if it breaks it, it does a clean break and then respects the level after that. And it's all channels at the end of the day. And the more detail you can give your drawings in terms of where price has happened, I think that's where it's going to become easier. Because like Reality said, every trading strategy is based on one thing, and that is the popularity of price and where that trade is happening, right? So, you know, nothing different is going to change in a strategy where they're, you know, using something else. It's the data is all based on the level of price. It's not based on, you know, the level of emotions that day or whether or not a trader is, you know, late for work. I mean, that could be part of it, but at the end of the day, it's all based on one thing, and that's a target price. So
Right.
if you can find something that works for you, that allows you to, you know, see those levels. And for me, it's these lines and these boxes and the volume profile that gives me an indication of where things may happen. You'll start to pick up on trends. Like, I've been a lot more accurate in my trading doing this than I was trying to understand what everybody's talking about on the stream or on YouTube, right? And you're right,
Right.
it can get very confusing, right? When Reality says something and then someone else says something else, you're like, wait, what? What are you talking about? Because each individual has their chart set up in such a different way that they could be talking about the same thing, but, you know, doing it in a much different way. So I think it's less about finding a strategy and more about just I would just start by doing the levels, and then, you know, maybe if you're an ICT trader, then start to implement ICT with those levels and see how ICT, bunny ear quotes, works with what
Right.
you're drawing on your chart, right? And then pick up the patterns based on what ICT is telling you, kind of thing. So
Right.
Speaking of NQ,
Yeah.
I was just looking at it again with the 2000 tick chart. You see the channel going up, but when you look at it on the 30-minute chart, the 9 o'clock candle is missing the upper wick, and then the 10 o'clock candle actually puts it on and then shoots back up, and it still bounces off that channel anyways.
9 o'clock. Yeah, so it's got the small wick on the 9 o'clock.
And then you see the 10 o'clock actually comes all the way down, taps it. But if you see the channel,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It
the
goes right
1000
back
tick
down
chart,
to that daily level. Exactly.
it actually bounces right off the channel on that time. It's
Well, and it's crazy too, because the 930 candle
insane.
shoots
If you
down
see the
and
1000
hits the
tick
previous day value area high.
But you see the channel that was going up on the 1000 tick?
Sorry, I'm on the 30-minute. Let me go to 1000.
Yeah, that's why I was looking at both of them at the same time, because then it tells me the story a little easier.
1,000
Oh,
ticks
so
not.
you've got both the one.
It's not much
1000
different than the 800. The 1,000 is probably a good one to watch as well, for sure.
Yeah, it's why I was like, I didn't have access to the 800, so that's why I said, all right, let me just
Yeah.
try the 1000 and see how
Absolutely.
it's
Yeah, I
played.
didn't either. So that's
Tick charts
Yeah,
will change
yeah.
you
Still works.
guys'
But if you look,
tick charts will change you guys' view of trading. I promise you.
if you
Just pay
actually
attention
look
to the
at it, the
ticks.
1007 on the 1000 wick, right around 1007, you see where it comes down and touches the bottom of the channel, which is exactly where it puts the wick on. And then all of a sudden, it just shoots back up. And just looking at it alone, from that level, if you got in long, that's $100. I mean, that's like a
yeah. Let me
2000
take a
on a
look.
mini.
You're talking
Real
900.
quick.
Sorry, the 9 o'clock candle. Right. So the
So the 9 o'clock on the 30-minute is the
bottom wick.
level, right? The top of that, the top. So
Top
right where you
wick.
see the
Upward.
top of the 9 o'clock candle, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Right
And if
here.
you look straight across to where the 10 o'clock candle is, it comes down and puts the wick on. But if you look in the 1000 tick chart,
It's literally right at that daily level. Yep. Yeah, I see it now.
and when you look at it on the 1000 tick, if you draw the channel, 1007 is right where it comes down and puts the bottom of the wick on. And then,
Yeah, that's crazy. So let's
if you were playing channels, it's crazy.
let's take a look on 1000. I want to draw a channel from the very bottom where it tapped on the value area high here. So if we did a channel here, because this 9 o'clock candle bounced down and tapped literally right on the value area, or is it value area high here? This one right here. That's
I don't know.
935.
I don't know what yours looks like, Crown, but also for mine, the 10:07:11 candle had no bottom wick, and then we put a bottom wick on the 10:07:800 tick and flip, which would have been your perfect entry there because you had no bottom wick as well. Does that make sense?
So let's see here what this channel looks like. So yeah, this would have been the low of that channel.
I'll drop it so you see what I'm saying. See if yours was the same.
Take this high.
Yeah, red candle had no bottom wick, and then green candle came in, put in a bottom wick, and flipped. That would have been your entry, the flip there.
So there's the channel for 1000 tick, and it already broke out, and it's heading back up to that daily level.
Going for Monday for the January 24th high.
Yeah.
Or no, 22nd, 24th relative equals, and then you've got the 26th of December high up there too. That looks like where she's headed. Based on the daily.
This is NQ though, right? It makes you think it's going to go into that level, and then it'll shoot down to like whatever the lowest low was from last month. Well, missed the move. Yeah, so
Yeah, but that seems to be liquidity, which is right around 22.080 to 090.
but here's some more confluence on that 5 minute.
I got out of it when I
know.
did because that would have smoked the hell out of me.
Because here was that break into this channel that went above the 5 minute. We broke the weekly, came back down, retested, and we built support here, and then moved back up. So see how the 5 minute candle, sometimes it takes a while. So this is 9:30 to 10:15, so it's 45 minutes. But if you waited 45 minutes for that retest of the 5 minute, or the low of the 5 minute, whichever direction it's going in. But you can see here it came up, went down, retested the 5 minute short, built support on the bottom of the 5 minute, started carrying up, retested the 5 minute on this candle, and then continued its way up.
Right.
So I need to take out these boxes.
Yeah, I just drew up the chart that I had and the way it was drawn up, like the 1000 tick chart. I have it showing the channel that I drew for it, and then if you look at the other side where the 30 minute is, the channel's off when it shows on the two different charts. But if you see right where the wick is on that 9 o'clock, and then right where the 10 o'clock comes down and touches it and puts the wick on, that's the thing I'm talking about. Both happened around that same time with the circle on it.
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
Yeah. So like if you were playing channels and the wick happened, it's like, all right, I got no reason not to take the trade at this point.
Yeah, that's crazy because it's hitting the bottom of that channel and you're clearly in an uptrend. Yep. And that channel bottom lines up perfectly with that 9 o'clock open. That's crazy.
That's why I was like, this 30-minute thing, trying to get patient with NQ, but she does move volatile and she is crazy when she's ready.
Yeah.
But that lined up perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I'll understand NQ more and more.
Bellatrix was strange.
Say that again, Dennis?
I said, if any of y'all are Harry Potter fans, she's like Bellatrix Lestrange. That bitch is nuts.
All right, so I got to mark out some 4-hour levels here now. So the only shitty part about my chaotic strategy is that I have to draw all these fucking lines. And then God forbid I actually hit remove all drawings, then I'm screwed for the next like week.
See, I never used to pay attention to the wicks the same way, but after listening to Reality Talk a few times and how he pays attention to it, I was like, all right, hold up. And I started trying to add that into what I was normally doing. And sometimes the way it just moves and the way it just puts on those wicks, I'm like, holy shit. Like, even if I put an order in and went to sleep, it literally would have kicked in, probably went maybe $200 in drawdown, and then shot up to like $2,000.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Jesus Christ, how many times I could have just made my money in my sleep and woke up and went about my day.
It's true, man. And like, it's crazy. Like, even last night I was trading and I, you know, like in 2 days I made like $2,000, and I'm like, fuck, dude, like, why do I want to go back to work? If I can make this happen, like, I literally made my paycheck in 2 days versus spending, you know, however many hours at a job that's killing my health. And that's kind of the situation I'm in right now. Like, I'm literally my medical leave ends at the end of May, so hopefully it looks like I'm going to pass this one, but you know, I have a couple other PAs that are ready to be flipped over too. But I've been focusing on just trying to get some evals passed and bank them up. The problem is paying for the fees now, but yeah, like my whole game plan is not to go back to work. I would really love to be able to just sit here and trade with you guys all day. That's kind of the goal. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, I used to pay attention to wicks too, but I was doing it wrong. And now that I've kind of started laying them out this way, it makes it so much easier because you know where everything is and you see how price reacts to these levels and like these points, right? It's pretty crazy how the price will go back to those areas, and even sometimes it'll go back to an area that is from like 6 months ago, you know, like you would never think that these drops would hit anything that relates to these candles here, but it does. So
well, that's the funny thing about the candles, because even on a smaller time frame, it's like you see the candles acting one way, but if you keep zooming out, the candles are still doing the exact same thing that they would have done on the back time frame.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like, you might think it's going up, but all it's doing is reacting to a level here in order to go back down, right? So that's why, like, I used to just be religious on the 1 minute and 30 second. And I would take like, okay, like right now I think it's going long, and I'd go long, but then it would start retracing all the way down. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is it shorting when we're above, you know, the 200? But you go to the higher time frame and you realize, oh shit, it's, you know, it's on a downward trend. So it's pretty crazy. It's definitely, when you get it, it just pops. Like, I've kind of had that eureka moment that everybody talks about, and I've heard every trader talk about this moment where they're like, one day it just clicked. I don't want to jinx it, but I think I'm kind of there. We'll see what happens, but so far
don't get confident.
yeah, don't get overconfident.
Every time I've said that, I've tanked an account.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the guy that's like
I literally just zoomed out.
I tell my wife, I think I got it, and she rolls her eyes.
On the 30-minute right now, it looks like it's hitting that cluster.
Yeah, I was gonna say
the NQ.
On NQ, I think we're gonna hit these buy orders down here, and then probably push back up. Let's see what happens.
So we still have to come back down. We're looking at what, either 994-ish, or all the way back down to the 960s, and then push up.
Yeah, I would say this pocket here for sure. We're coming down maybe here and then bounce back up. It depends on how hard these buy orders are, because there's a big buy order volume here, and then underneath that is even more. So definitely I would say here, and then maybe trickle like this and then go back down, or maybe down and then up and retest this and then down again. I don't know. We are pretty far away from the point of control though, so we're I would say like we're pretty extended here. Let me go up to the 4 hour real quick. Oh, that's not okay. So we broke out of that downward trend on the 4 hour.
Reality, where you at?
I'm here. I'm looking at Dixie. Very Very interesting.
Oh, you
Old
you
s-
cut out there and it said you were looking at dicks. I'm sorry.
Oh, Dixie. Oh my jeez. Now looking at Dixie, this
Sorry.
it's dumping good, but gold's not really reacting, so interesting.
Yeah,
So gold should go up.
I
Yeah.
just came back to gold and saw this, and I'm like, she's stalling out here.
Yep, she is. Very interesting. So I was just sitting here pondering at it.
Dixie, is that crypto?
No, Dixie's the dollar.
Oh,
Dollar
the
index or
dollar.
something like
That's why.
that. Oh, wait, she might be pushing.
Yeah, I get scared when NQ's this extended. I think we're going to see some downside off this daily pocket because there's 3 daily wicks up here. So it looks like it's already pushing down. We'll see what this 15-minute candle does.
And like sometimes I watch NQ and it irritates the hell out of me how she just comes right back into range to finish off the day.
Yeah, exactly. And
It's
that's the
like she'll
thing.
create
Like,
the most ridiculous moves, and then all of a sudden, where'd you end up?
yeah,
Same
it's
with
literally
things.
manipulation, man. Like they're building it up just to take it all back again and then do it again the next day, right?
Yeah, it's like nobody's gonna go higher.
Idiots like me are in it.
That's true. That's very true.
Well, sadly, we're not in anything with these funded accounts.
Yeah, I know.
There's,
It's
we're not even
Yeah,
doing
see, that's one-
anything yet. We haven't jumped into
Take
the market
profit.
for real, and we're not doing anything. So it's all fake orders.
That's part of why.
Yeah, exactly.
Part of why I did take Profit Trader, because once you're funded and you get to 5,000 in profit, they offer you for a legit live account.
With such a
But-
low, that sounds crazy. I noticed they're all trying to push you into live faster now because it's like they're tired of paying people.
Yeah, Top Step's like that too. As soon as you hit like 5K, they send you a notice, and then they usually try to push you into live right away.
Yeah, you don't have to take it, but
I think Top Step you do.
I was just pushing that
Really?
new rule where you have to take it, otherwise
Yeah.
you have to clear out half your account. And then
You-
they
you
put up
bas-
this legal disclaimer inside of Windy now when you talk to the AI chat that repeats the same thing over and over that says they don't do that.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah,
idea
they essentially, I think they make you wipe it. Like if you're XFA funded and you get asked to move to live, you don't want to, then I think you just clear out that account and they close it. And you basically
Yeah,
start the
but-
process over.
there's a trick to that because you have to make 30 days of profiting to $200 or more
Yeah.
to be able to clear the 100%. So if they offer you this rule on the 29th day, you only get to take 50% of your account. So you can
Yeah.
have $15,000, $20,000, but they won't let you take all of it. They'll only give you the half of it, and then they take the 90-10 split on top of that still.
Yeah.
So I was like, when I started to reread the rules, I'm like, oh, okay, I see the model for how you plan on keeping your money. Got it.
Yeah. And that's the
I'm
thing
only
with
wanting
these.
to use these for fun. I'm only
That's
wanting
the
to use
thing with
to
these
fund
funded
my personal-
accounts, right? You can't bank on them. You can't bank on them to just like make a shit ton of money and then withdraw it. You got to put into the consideration that they control the accounts. It's on their terms. It's on their rules. You know, and you can either choose to play within those rules and make it a consistent profit for you, where it's like working for a job. At the end of the day, you're still working a job, right? Like you are working on their behalf. You're representing Top Step. You're trading their accounts. It's for their benefit, you know, as much as it is yours. So technically, you're being employed by them in a way. And this is what boggles me, is that people get so pissed, but it's like, man, like, did you read the rules? You're paying for their service. It's how they want to do it. So if you fight those rules and you try to go against the grain, then you're gonna have difficulty, right? But if you work the system to how it's meant to be worked, and you can do it in an efficient way, then it can be very lucrative, right?
At this point, you have to stay off the radar. They don't want you drawing more than $5,000 at any point in time.
Yeah.
And if you do that on multiple accounts, you're still going to end up getting called faster, because it's like, all right, if gold, you run minis and you were able to do it religiously without a problem, $1,000 a day, every week you'd be able to essentially draw out $5,000. But if you have that across 5 accounts, you're now drawing $25,000 a week, which is insane, but they would never allow it. So they've switched the rules around and they've dropped you down. So now you kind of don't want to go past $500 a day on any one account, which is crazy. Because sometimes I'm in NQ and I'm up like $4 or $5 grand. Sometimes I'm in gold and I'm up 2,500, and I'm like, come on, but I can't take any of it.
Yeah, I know. Well, and that's the thing. Like, everybody's like, "Oh, Apex sucks. They change your rules," but any of these prop firms can do the same crap that Apex did, right? Like, they're constantly looking at their bottom line, how much money they're coming in versus how much they're paying, and their obligation is to stay profitable. So it's not that one is better than the other. It's that you have to manage your risk on your side as well, right? And understand that, if I'm trading this way, what happens if they change the rules, or, like, you really got to take it to heart. So I think any prop firm is prone to those like drastic changes when they start to get to a point where they're paying out more than they're taking in. And I think it was like just a couple months ago, like 2 or 3 prop firms closed because they couldn't handle the liquidity. Like, it was just too much.
I think one of them was doing that because they let people trade on the news. So some people were doing that let me play in 2 different directions thing.
Well, and everybody, there's ways of taking advantage of it, right? Like, it happened with Apex, Top Step. They also found people, because you can have a max of 5 accounts, but obviously there's people who are, putting different addresses in, maybe trading under someone else's name.
Not financial advice, but use grandma.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, grandma, can I use your address, credit card, and trade 5 accounts on your behalf? So,
I mean, I'm really not giving financial advice here, but per se, if you were to use grandma's account and Trump says, retirees don't pay income tax or any type of tax, then whatever grandma makes, does that mean she gets to withdraw all of it without having to pay penalties?
Well, they're going to ask grandma where she made that money.
Well, grandma's very fluent now. She speaks the same language since she has, conversations with her grandson all of a sudden. And grandma knows what fair value gaps are. And I'm not financial advice. I'm just saying.
Not financial advice.
Oh, man. That's my new get out of jail card for everything now. If a cop pulls me over, sorry, this isn't financial advice, but yes, I was speeding, officer.
No, I identify as Hunter Biden. Let me go.
Oh,
I identify as Hunter Biden's laptop, so you cannot see anything.
Oh, shit.
That wasn't my
I
Coca-Cola.
want to see this break here. Let's see this break.
Still feeling for that sweep to come down to the 997 area, and then
I wanted to hit this pocket of buys here.
Mhm.
And it feels like it may build some short-term support here before it goes in and then comes back down.
All right, gold is finally over. She's looking like she's about to go break that final wick on top from yesterday, last night.
Yep.
So help me out with the understanding the wick that you're talking about. Like, I mean, I understand what a wick is.
So from what I got, the way reality explains it is, you got to eventually see a wick get put on the candle. So if there's a candle missing a wick, I use it now as a level of interest like he does, and something's coming back there. So,
okay.
Yeah,
I got you.
Last night, I believe, at around midnight, when it opened during midnight, there's no wick on that candle. So for me, I'm like, it's a very small wick. I'm like, is it really going to come back up and test there? So now looking at gold, if I'd have gotten my entry down at the bottom at around 935, I probably would still be sitting in this, waiting and watching and holding.
Okay, right on.
And I would be waiting to see if it actually goes all the way up to midnight, or I would have it probably set my exit now to somewhere around 943. Either way, I mean, that's like $700 or $800 on a mini. So if I'm in 2 minis, I'm already up like $1,500, and I'm chilling right now.
Oh man, I haven't moved to 2 minis yet. I'm still on a micro game.
Putting that wick on's perfect too, because it stops out all the shorts that are in this area. So you're going to grab the stops, and you're also going to test the 0.5 of the daily wick. So
yeah, I mean, I think that Dennis, an easier way too, if you're using the volume profile, is you can just mark out, like if you don't want to worry about figuring out wicks and stuff, you can just mark out these low areas here. So for instance, like here's your point of control based on the data that's on this screen, and then you've got another high volume area down here, which is close to the previous day value area, right? So this is previous point of control, this is current point of control. So this big space here means it's just low volume orders, and you tend to get a really rapid movement in these gaps because there's not a whole lot of orders, and the popularity of price is sitting here, right? Okay. So if you're looking at my screen right now, gold, we're hitting this kind of low trend here, but we're at this point of control, not a whole lot of volume going up here. But if it goes down to the point of control, tries to grab this liquidity here and then taps into here, you might see a strong move down and then either a pump up or a continuation.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and the good thing too is like if you do take these gaps, they're not going to be exact, but you'll notice like here, if I draw here based on this gap, what do you notice? All of these wicks on the 30-minute, right? These are all 4-hour wicks, and you can see how all of those wicks tap that box of empty volume. And you can see here when I zoom out, you can see how low that volume is there, right? Even as I go out, it's still the same pocket.
Okay, that's what I was asking about earlier, is if you kind of explain how you do that, because obviously I understand what the point of control is, but those pockets are the...
Yeah, the pockets are just spaces where I think price is going to retract to. So they're literally just pockets between wicks, and then I just confirm it with the volume profile. So like, you know, like I didn't look at the volume profile when I drew these wicks. I just went to the 4-hour. Now that I zoomed into the 30-minute, you can see how those wicks align with those pockets of volume, right? So like right here is a low volume area. Point of control, you can see how the 4-hour candle lines up perfectly with the mass amount of volume that's in that area, right? Between these 3 lines. Right on. So you're
okay. So you're marking out the top and bottom of the wicks on 4-hour.
So I do weekly. I do the weekly, daily, and 4-hour. I do all the top and bottom wicks, and then that way, when you go down to the smaller time frames, you've essentially laid out all your zones. Okay. And then what I do is like the different colors just trigger different things for me. So like, you know, I have an area of interest, which is purple, box high is green, box low is red, medium is yellow, and then I have a key point of interest, which is this bright pink, and then a target, which is just like an area that I'm interested in. But for example, if I was marking out an area here, then I would say, okay, we came up to this level, we broke out, I would turn this to green just to signal to me that this was an area of support. So where are we now? So this range right here could potentially be yellow. So we don't really know what's going to happen here because that's kind of the middle of this range above the daily. So I might mark that as a yellow just to kind of pay attention to it. And then this area is pretty key because we came up and tapped exactly on that dot on that 4-hour candle, right? But we didn't break through. So this pocket above us is just waiting to be popped, basically. There's a very high volume area in here. And it's kind of counterproductive because you're saying high volume, but there aren't a lot of orders here because it's not popular. But because there's so less orders there, you know, like there's so many buyers at this level that they prefer this price that they're happy to eat all this up, right?
Okay.
So when price goes into here, there's not a whole lot of orders to be filled, which is why you get that fast moving because it just eats through those orders very quickly.
Right on. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and whether or not it goes up or down, we don't know, right? We don't know because we don't know how many buy orders are here versus sell orders. So if we come up, we eat all these orders up, you know, we eat all the buy orders up to this daily, and then if it starts to trickle down, then you know momentum, you've hit a resistance level here at this daily.
This would probably be why signing up to that Charles Schwab thing and using the active trader on their TD Ameritrade. It does show up on the what was called the DOM here. It shows up on there where there's a lot of orders that are stacked after the ones closest to the market order.
Yeah.
Reality, when it comes to gold right now, what are you expecting? Because if it breaks over this last one, the midnight candle, are we looking for it to go straight up?
It could go up some. The problem is we've got the 0.5 of the daily wick that you're going to test first. So putting a wick on this candle, right? This is what you're looking for. You put a wick on this candle here. Essentially, that's going to put a wick about to this area here, which will then test the 0.5 of the daily wick. So if you go and you take that big daily wick right above us, and measure it, you'll see that's about the 0.5. So if we reject there, we'll come right back into range. If we start making closes above there, you'll see some more movement to the upside. It's kind of why I was looking at Dixie. See, this is the wick on Dixie here. Same thing here, right? If she breaks this wick and starts closing below, well, she's going to start moving down some more. If she holds like we anticipate, right, what's going to happen? She's going to bounce here and move back up, which will be the top wick on this candle, and then gold's going to move back down into range. Right?
All right. I see it now.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's why I was looking at Dixie. I was looking for the exact same thing, but it's just my thought here. Like I said, obviously gold can break up and Dixie can break down and we can continue on, but Dixie's quite a bit extended already. And this is that wick. So here's where your entries were. So this is your, you know, your entries, your double bottom, whatever for your long. Now she could come down, put on a nice wick, sweep those, and then close back above. And you'll see a bottom wick down, top wick, and she'll start moving back up to recover this candle that came down, at least to this level right here, right? Because that's your untested level, like we talk about all the time. You want to look at all these as, you know, an apartment building or whatever you want to say, and these are your levels. So she fell through the floor down into the lower story apartment. Now she's got to come up and retest the ceiling before moving down or breaking back up into the range that she was in before, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Do you have 29 29.5 area marked as like a short on gold? 29.5.
Do I have? No, I don't have anything marked as a short per se, because for me, well, 29.50 is I expect a wick up through there. Yeah. I would never short the high. Me myself. Why?
I'm just
because
looking at I'm just looking on the daily, and like we've been on a bull run for ever.
But you got to think about this. Here's how I look at this, right? And you guys already know this. Here's how I look at it. Here's exactly how I look at what we're looking at right now. Exactly how I look at it, right? This is our current range, right? And here is exactly how every trader in the world looks at this. Here's what they're doing. They're shorting this area. They're longing this area. Okay. Where are their stop losses? Right here. Right. And obviously the same on the bottom. So I'm not looking to short with the 98% of traders that fail. Why would I want to short there? Every trader's shorting there. What I want to do is I want to long into these stop losses. So what I'm looking for is if we start moving up into this area, right? So we came down, tested this, come up here, start moving up into this area, making double tops, things like this, like we've have here. I'm looking for an entry long, break all them stop losses, because that's where the move happens. That's where you'll see this push candle up and this wick.
Yeah. That's the other thing that I have been trying to juggle in my head, is that before I would do what you're saying right now, is I would take the short in that supply area, thinking it was going to go down, but then it'd retrace up. But it's the opposite, because you should be taking the long at that high point, because if it's continuing up, then it means it's going to break through, and that's when you get that violent rush up, right?
Yeah, well, the whole thing is you got to look at this, all right? Here is, okay, support resistance, okay? Resistance traders trading here. Go down to your low time frame. You'll see your order blocks that you can take off of your 5 minute, or your order block that you can take off your 1 minute, depending on how they trade it, right? And where do they take the order block trade from? The 0.5 of the order block. Okay, so there's where your entry is there. Not the same place. Supply demand traders. Well, where are they going to? And not all ICT or SMC traders trade the same. Some of them just pierce the order block and short. Some of them look for a fair value gap or break a structure after your order block, and then they short it back down and make a new order block. If you go to like Chart Champions, they trade, you know, supply demand like this, just like POIs, and they run up into the block and then out and back to the 0.3. Right? So that's how their entries work on the 1 minute. So as we get into this area, what you'll see is every single trading strategy out there is going to enter somewhere different, right? So throughout this, you've got a ton of orders sitting here at different spots for this area here. Oh, one thing that's in common, their stop losses are just above the highs. So that's an easy area to sweep, and people just don't think about that. So you've got millions of traders entering at different levels within this box, and millions of traders with stop losses sitting right here. So when you think about this in terms of the market makers, you know, and I talk about this all the time, they don't care about anything other than money. So they look at this and all they see is green. Those orders are green to them. And if they can take $5 million to get this $10 million worth of orders to push this price up, they will do it every single time. Why? Because it makes sense. So what I'm looking for, I'm not saying what you're looking for. What I'm looking for in the chart is these exact areas where all these strategies come together and everybody's going to be short.
Yep.
Right? And what else helps here is once you get a wick, you know, we're always looking for wicks, right? Once you get this wick up like this, and we get this big wick, well, then what do we get to trade the other way? Once we make this big wick up and market makers push this price up, and what else happened there? Breakout traders go along. Well, then what happens? Now we get a close back below here, and what are we looking for now? Now we're looking for the wick up and the move back down. Why? Because where a breakout trader is going to trade. You know, you got two different kinds of breakout traders. Either a trader that trades immediately from the breakout, or a trader that trades the breakout retest continuation, which is now what? What is this now? There's a breaker block now, right? So what do you got? Now it's supply flip demand once this comes in. So how do we trade it then? Same exact way. We trade the wick up and flip back down right back into the range. You know, we do it all the time. Why? Because now where are your stop losses? Hold on a second. So you get this candle down just like this, right? And where are your stop losses now? Why do we trade into that? The exact same reason. Where are the stop losses? Stop losses are here now. Why? Because they all entered on that breaker block. So what do you got now? Now you've got your down liquidity. Come and sweep the stops back the other way because now everybody's got bullish. And we did this time and time again when we came into the all-time highs. What did we do? All-time highs came in. What did everybody do? Shorted down. We got these big top wicks because everybody came in short. And then what did we do? We traded long right back up into those wicks. So the candles would come down like this. You'd have a candle look just like this from the all-time highs. It'd break the all-time highs, come in, and then we would trade the candle just like this. Bottom wick came in. We would trade the flip as it came up, and we would take profit one at the recovery of their entries because what happens? Comes down. They put on a bottom wick, which gets them into profit. And what do they do next? Well, once it comes back up and starts testing their entries, they get weak hands and they go BE. Well, what are them orders? If they're selling and they go BE, what's that order now? It's a buy. So what does that do? Help push the price right up into their buddy stop losses. And we trade right up into them. That's why you kept seeing them stalls at all-time highs go down, go down, go down, and then pop. And it'd pop right back up the top and stop all them stop losses. We were trading long at the all-time highs over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, you can't long the all-time highs. Bet. Look at where gold is now compared to where it was when we took out the all-time highs freaking a month ago. Tell me you can't trade the all-time highs. It's absolutely ridiculous. And people say, oh, well, you can't long the tops or short the bottoms. However you want to look at it, it was the top then. It's not the top now, is it? Nope.
Yeah.
So just
you know
makes
what's
no
funny?
sense.
In reality, I've heard you talk about your strategy, but I have actually never seen you take a trade on these live streams. In the amount of time that I've been on these streams, I've never seen you in a trade. So I'm excited for when that happens because I want to.
That surprises me, honestly. You must not show up enough.
I don't show up enough. Yeah, I don't. I definitely haven't, and I'm starting to. Because like I really don't want to go back to a job.
yeah, for
even
sure.
Though it's
for
a great paycheck, but even though it's a great paycheck, and you know, we'll see what happens. I might have to go back for a bit until I can get this off the ground, but my hope is that I don't have to. But yeah, I'm excited for the day that you take a trade because it'll be the first that I see.
Yeah, I mean, I draw up many more trades than I take personally myself, and I will tell you that. I
know you're conservative for sure.
Yeah, I do a lot of that, and the reason being, a lot of times it's just right with outside my rules. My rules are very, very, very strict. But I will, you know, if there's a trade throughout the day, you know, I drop it in the server as well. But I draw up a lot on stream. I mean, we just had one drawn up a couple days back. I actually drew up, if you go back to Friday's stream, that one was a banger during news. I drew up the news move before it ever even took place. Banger of a trade. I actually probably can pull it up and show. I ain't got nothing else to do.
Sorry, gold's actually falling off right now. Is she going back to half?
And Q2, we're hitting this pocket. Yeah, we're hitting this volume pocket here.
Should get your bounce here on Dixie more than likely.
Yeah, 22.025-ish. There's like a volume pocket there that we're in right now that it's battling to either go down. And I think it's going to pump up though because it's all buy orders there.
The question is it going to be one of those things where it does the sweep and then falls back down?
Yeah. I don't know if you're seeing my screen, but I think it's gonna try and wipe this out. This big gap here, which is this massive candle. And then it might start trickling in this. I don't know, but I have a feeling we're going to pump down this. This is what's going to draw that volume and that pushback if it does catch. But we didn't even touch inside. We just tapped the 4-hour wick here, so it tested it, built support. Now it's kind of going back to the point of control.
Let me pull this up. I'll go over it real quick because a lot of people actually weren't here on Friday for whatever reason.
Oh, is this a trade that you marked up, you said?
Yeah. Just to show you how I look at things, because a lot of times people don't even realize.
Yeah, please do.
You know, how I look at it on top of everything. And I can show you everything that I went over. This was pre-news. There was news at, and for any of you that have already seen it, I'm sorry, but, you know, maybe this will learn again. It was during Silent TA, 8:17. There was news at 8:30, and this is just the live stream. Anybody can go back and get it. That's just the live stream, guys. And just to give you an insight of how...
Are you showing it on the YouTube stream or on the Discord?
Yes. No, it's on the YouTube screen. I could show it on Discord as well.
Got it.
Give me a second. I'll go ahead and throw it in there too.
I just wanted
turn on
to
camera.
Make sure. No, it's okay. I'm on mute, so I got it.
Okay. Well, I'll pull it off here then. Okay. So here was, and you have to stick with me a little bit here because I don't know exactly when these things took place, but we'll run it for as much as I can, kind of speed through it. So right here was the daily flip, and I talk about these daily flips all the time. I thought I showed it on the screen, but we had no bottom wick on the daily. So I was trying to show this during Silent TA, sorry. So I put wick here because we've got no bottom wick on the daily. So what I was expecting here was to put a bottom wick on this candle and flip, right? This is just how I look at it, and why wicks are so important in my opinion. We had news on Friday. I don't remember what it was at 8:30, but we had news. Regardless.
An employment change, non-farm.
Okay. I'll sit here and do this TA. I'll show it just because I want you guys to kind of see how I do it too. But these are the things that you pay attention to when I'm doing the silent TA, because a lot of people always ask, I don't know what you're looking at. All these things, you're just drawing lines, you're drawing boxes. What does all this mean? And this is a good for instance of what my mind's thinking as I go over these things, and so everybody can get it. But at that white this white arrow here, I mean, you guys already know that's my wickless candle, so that's why I'm looking for a wick here on the daily. So that is your flip. And now this consolidation, I like to take 0.5 as a consolidation. So this is a huge consolidation area right here. Right, so 0.5 of consolidation. So my expectation here is the daily is going to flip, and she's going to put a wick down to this consolidation box. So I'll draw a little box on the chart. Why? Because it'll get into this. Why does it do that? Because people see this as structure, right? All this consolidation, when you're talking about any kind of any of the strategies out of there, they believe that right here is what should hold. That's market structure. They never think to themselves that it can pierce through the stops that people put. So if somebody's long, right, and they're moving up on these levels, if they start running stop losses behind, well, the top of this level is where they consider the level, rather than saying, okay, well, this wick's going to go about halfway back through this level. Why will it do that? Well, it's going to do that in order to stop anybody out that put their stop losses at the top of that level, just where it works, because that's That's where the orders are sitting. It's always where the orders are sitting. Okay, so here we go. We've got the wick.
Yeah.
We've got our box. I'll scan through it here. Tried to get through this actually after I was trying to explain it, it looks like. So we scan through. There is the news. Top wick goes up, fills the range, right? Breaks the bottom wick. Now we'll see the push. See the time down there, 8:32. That's your actual news release. Watch it play out here.
And I'm still looking at this like you can see it on a 30-minute, but this is why I need the side-by-side for the 1,000.
Yep.
So that the story looks clearer in my head. It's like when you watch it, I'm like, how is he able to see the story so clearly? And
I know, that's why I have to do the lines. I don't get how people can just look at a blank chart like that and then be like, oh, here's a gap. I'm like, what?
See, so there's there's your flip, and now we're right down into that 0.5 like we're talking about of that consolidation area. And if you continue on from here, I mean, I can keep on boring you with it, but if you continue on from here, I don't know how many people seen the chart from there, but if you continue on, that's it. We came through, we got the push when we flipped there, came down, same exact thing that happened when we did the daily flip yesterday. It's no different. It happens time and time and time again. Now this actually comes back up, goes bullish, and continues on, right? So flip that back so I can get this out of the way. So that wick, right, was this wick that we put on. Where was it? It would have been Friday. Is that Friday? Yeah, that wick is this wick right here. And obviously then we made a button. So, and it happens time and time and time again. That's why the wicks are so important.
Dennis, if you're watching my screen, see how it's sweeping through these orders in this low area? I don't know if you guys are watching, but it's picking up all this low volume stuff. So that's why you get those really violent moves in these gaps, because there's so little orders.
Yeah, Initian.
Literally asking.
You're exactly right. You were here for that, Initian. I was just showing Lost and Voids and these other guys because not everybody was here on Friday. You were here, and you saw it happen. Yeah, absolutely. That was when it was.
So let's see, I think we might, on NQ, we can clear this gap, maybe test the weekly again.
Go pushing through. All right, guys, I'm probably going to wrap it up myself. If I'm going to be here, though. We're coming back 1:30 for the education stream, guys, hosted by Landon today. So that is today. Hope to see you guys there. So we will be back in the live education channel.
Is that 1:30 Eastern or Central?
Eastern. 1:30 Eastern time. And we'll be in the channel just below us in live education rather than live trading, but it'll be on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble as well, if anybody wants to tune in on any of those platforms. There are no open mics in the live education channel, so essentially if you go in there, your mic won't, you don't have access to open the mics. That's something I leave Landon in control of. If people have questions, he wants to open mics, he can. Normally it's just a short thing, guys, but for all you that show up, you know, it's a good bit of info too, so I will be back then, as will be Landon. Does anybody have any questions today, guys?
What were we going over in education today?
Today is, let me check real quick. If I told you I knew what it was. It is building blocks. It says building block 1, watching and waiting. I'm gonna assume it's
right.
more
We were
on
talking about that like
patience.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Because he missed that stream that he was supposed to have last week. So now we're gonna do it this week.
Oh, 92.50. Okay. Sorry, I'm talking to myself.
No, you're fine. For anybody that wants to show up, all right, if y'all ain't got any other questions, I'll go ahead and get out of here for now. You guys have fun over here on the live trading side of the Discord. Anybody that's on Rumble, Kick, Twitch, you guys want to YouTube, if you want to come over and live trade with these guys, bunch of great information going on all afternoon, guys. Come in and join, right? Join the server. It's in the links in the description. Come and live trade with everybody. Fun times. All right, guys. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow for those that aren't showing up to the education stream. For all those that are, I'll see you at the education stream.
Sounds good. See you later, reality.
See you later, reality.
All right, guys. Have a good one. And as always, stay consistent out there.